his sibling decks are Okay, so right now the popular combo decks are Elves, Doomsday. We are gonna do some testing today. Oops. So I think what I'm gonna test tonight is to see if I can swing the green white depths matchup. So, Godfather of Combo himself, Jax, came to me and said that might be worth looking into because the win rates against green white depths weren't great during Eternal Weekend, including my top 8 loss, actually. So yeah, perhaps we can address that, and it doesn't take too much, I guess. If we're running the crop rotation, um, maybe we can live without the wasteland and side grade it to Caracas. It turns out so far, I think I feel pretty good about the Doomsday matchup. So maybe we don't need the wasteland there. Um, we do have Assassin's Trophy now to deal with the random Glacial Chasm, and potentially Tabernacle. So also the Caracas and the crop rotation or reclaimer also make trophies better because if they main phase their Despian stage activation, there's a punish now. Before, main phasing would play around the wasteland and the assassin trophy. Now there's a punish for doing that. So we'll try it in a league and see how it goes. Two Force of Vigor, a little bit lower than what we ran the Eternal Weekend, but we're pretty favored already against 8 cast and DNT, so maybe that's okay. We lose some percentage points against the Chalice and the. I'll put it in the Rogue or Brew tier, right? Like the Dark Ritual type Stompy shells, but maybe that's okay. We don't really expect to play against those decks anyways in the later rounds of a tournament. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to DCIT. who is a been a good supporter of mine over the past a few years or so. He got his first 5-0 on Moto. He doesn't play much on Moto, but I saw that he had posted that, so that's pretty sweet. Shout out to him. Also, there's a disturbance in the force. My buddy Cyrus is now picking up Elves, so that might be a big help for our community. We could use his brain, working on the deck. Not bad a hand, but again, I don't really want to do nothing on turn one. The two glimpse and the two cradles almost like a Moto 5 already. Oof, that's even worse. So the reason why I'm putting back the Arbor and the Heritage, they tend to be the worst cards. This deck is really a mid-range deck with that can combo if need be, right? It's like a Maverick on steroids. You don't have the mana denial. Well, you have some of the mana denial, I guess. All right, we just saw some of the cards we just wanted to put back. Actually, I think here we don't have any gas, so I'm just gonna leave with Heritage and then hopefully draw a removal there. We need a payoff. We moved a 5, so it's not great, but gotta do what you gotta do. We're gonna pass party. That means we don't have the endurance, but that's really fine. They're not. I mean, what's the best draw here? Probably Cradle as always. Oh, this is not good. Natural Order is not bad too, right? Because we can just cash in our Green Sun for Arbor. But our hand is we mode a 5, and this is a hard matchup. Unfortunately, our sideboard got a little bit worse because we downgraded the Wasteland to a Caracas. I think that incentivizes us to probably just play towards the Gris. Our hand is not. We're likely gonna lose this game one. It's we already mode a 5, and this is not an easy matchup. It's nice to see you here, by the way, Strats Daddy. What's it called? Thanks for tuning in. I suspect we're gonna lose game one. Two Urza Saga. Interesting. They probably kill the Arbor. I would think. Right? You don't want to just get ordered. That's a bad hit. You don't want to get natural ordered out of nowhere. Like, if you're playing against an elf player, you need to be cognizant at all times how much mana they have. Hey Romari, how's it going? We got to do a stream again soon. You were streaming with me before. All this elves hype is going on. I don't think they have enough mana here, so. But yeah, whenever you're free, Romario, let's do another stream together. I know, right? You were on the Elves train before it was a thing. You were cutting Netto Sentinels and Query Rangers before it became popular. Like I said, I don't expect to win this game one, but we'll see. Maybe we get lucky, or they don't know the matchup. Also, somewhat of an impromptu stream. I wasn't sure I was gonna stream tonight. I did a late one yesterday because I had some family stuff to take care of. But so I got a late start, I should say. Oh, that's. Let me move this. 1 second. What did they? Grove? That is interesting. Yeah, I would have thought Tabernacle if anything. But I guess I don't know. Ooh, I actually like how that played out. It's too bad we don't have a land though. So the line here is like, do I bother to if they're gonna spend 3 mana a turn? Let me think. If they're gonna spend 3 mana a turn, firing while I'm making dudes, that's probably okay to be honest. I don't think I think I can afford to not essentially just not care about the growth, or at least wait till I hit a land drop, right? I mean, you can play a deck that's good against Ragavan. Although it's funny too because it's possible. Yeah, I didn't feel like I needed to kill the Punishing Fire or stop it because like we have a Gris already, so we have our own token generation, and we can potentially deal with it later on. We draw land. But yeah, it's funny because I personally think the Elf Ragavan matchup is very good in our favor. But somebody showed me results from Eternal Weekend, and somehow Elves has a 47% win rate against Delver. I don't even know how that's possible because I looked at the four Elf players who made the top eight, including myself and York. Also Peter, PV, DH, I think are his initials, and Fluffy21, Martin. Our combined win rate was 9-1 against Delver, so I don't know who's losing to Delver, but okay, sure, I guess. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Don't know who's losing to Delver, but it's funny too because the top eight that the four players were in, Yorga won it all, obviously. For the second Eternal Weekend event. So there were three losses. All three were to Elvish Reclaimer decks, ironically. I let me think. Is it correct to hit the loam? I'm just wondering if that's a winning line is the problem, right? Like I don't know what they get off of this. I mean, it's probably not good for us. But if they loam, it's probably pretty bad right now. So I think we just main phase it here. Yeah, I think so too. Like it's a 0 for 2, but I think we probably just lose here, right? If we don't do it, it just feels real bad. The good thing is at least it hit the punishing fire too. But the problem is I don't know if we can beat the sagas. But I mean, we did more 5. We probably would have lost this regardless. Like no matter how we played it. I'm like unsure about Collector Oof in this matchup. I need to ask my good friend Jarvis what he thinks, but it seems like it's kind of high variance. I don't know if that's good or bad. Like whether to keep it in. What did they get, by the way? Let's see. Oh, sure. This is gonna prevent me from ultimating, I guess. That's actually not a bad draw. There's some big constructs now, unfortunately. There is a route we win this game. Of course, like most bailout routes, the card is natural order. Because we're going to unlock our mana next turn with the Reclaimer. And then hopefully try to steal this game. Kind of wishing I had the third Force of Vigor though for this matchup. But, I mean... what's the word? You can't hedge for everything. That Wasteland is bad. Or bad news, I should say. As Straz Daddy mentioned, Wasteland is bad for us here. Oh, there's the Tabernacle too. Jesus, I don't. Why they didn't do it earlier is beyond me, but I mean, I guess better late than never. Pain. This is like a Will Smith meme, or the pain meme. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we can't. Ultimate is not lethal yet. Sometimes you gotta be careful what you ask for. I wanted more practice against lands, and because I think this is like one of the harder matchups for Elves, and that's exactly what I'm getting right now. The problem is, especially if they know you're on Elves, it's almost impossible to win game one. If they know. If they don't know, you can sometimes steal wins, depending on what they keep. I think we just... Man. Well, we might as well, actually. They're gonna die anyways. If chat wants me to concede, just let me know at any time. I almost want to throw in the towel in this game already. No man, it does. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste people's time. This is like very miserable to play against. It's not so much the losing; it's the how you lose. All right, I will try the game plan that we discussed the other day, which is I don't even know how I feel about this card. I don't think it's particularly great. Jarvis also recommended just going down to 0 endurance. I'm not sure I want to do that. I think I kind of want to leave 1 to tutor target for, but drawing is kind of bad. Actually, we'll try for science and see how it goes. Right? Like we're just gonna eliminate all the potential dead draws and just make it very combo heavy. And the logic is we're not winning any longer game against this deck. Like we have to go underneath. It would have been nice if this was not part of it. Probably not. Kind of a shaky, actually, keep. But I don't want to go to 5. I just don't think that's gonna be a winning line if we do. Part of me wants to tag the exploration there, but that might be wrong. Alright. We're probably losing this game too, given how it's played out so far. They may main phase it actually if they assume that we don't have Wasteland. Sorry, Caracas. Alright, I think we're just dead. Yikes. In hindsight, our 7 would have been better because we can try to race, right? Like, I kind of want to review that. Like, but usually, like more experienced lands players won't just go for merit lage. It's kind of risky against elves, to be honest. But it worked out for them here. All right, was very brutal. It's funny too because I told Jax I wanted to find footage of him. He wanted to look at the lands matchup of me losing, and we just got pretty slammed here. So let's see. Oops. So it had a turn 2 glimpse potentially, but only no creatures in hand. So it wasn't even that great. But actually, I clicked through too fast. So let me cancel this and then take a quick look again at the opening hand. Sorry, I clicked through it too quickly. I hate when I do that. Okay, it's fine. I don't. This is like very annoying. There we go. Alright, so this is the one dead card. We Green Sun turn 1 and then nothing afterwards. So I think mulling was fine. Hey, Wambo combo is in the house, I guess. So, back. I don't think, well, let's see. That crop rotation would have been a Force of Vigor instead. Maybe it's a little bit better. But we did not have the hand. Well, actually, we had the crop rotation. That would have been nice. So maybe that's reason to keep the opening hand. Although, I don't think an experienced lands player would, just not do anything. And, like, it's scary. It's, in my opinion, dangerous to go for Merit Lage against an elf player post board. So, it is what it is. Mac Daddy. This is like reasonable enough. Typically, like lands and spells are like good enough. I keep most hands, personally. It had to be really bad for me to mull, which is like 5 lands or 1 land. And even the 1 land, if you're on the draw, like depending what the rest of the hand is, I maybe still keep. Other hands I would mulligan are like, both. Okay, or just the mirror. They're probably, maybe they're on our list. I don't know. My guess is yes, because one distinction between our list and the traditional list is we actually play Once Upon a Time. I think this card is straight up busted, so. Yikes. Not what we wanted. The funny thing is, I've heard there's been a lot of talk about like the mirror and how the traditional build is favored. I would agree it is. Although I do think it's overblown that by how much. Like my win rate, I think in the mirror is probably above 60%, and while I think that's an aberration, that should say something about what the actual matchup profile is. So they're on our list. I think it's probably closer, assuming equal pilots on both sides, probably 47-53, where we're a slight dog. For those who want more info, like my opponent here is my Patreon. I think we're probably just dead. Did they have natural order? This should be the classic turn 3 natural order kill, right? Something I've realized is, and maybe this is just observation, not true, but anybody who's played the traditional build prior, for whatever, well, not, I guess not whatever reason, I have my theories on why, uh, but it seems to me at least, the people who have played the traditional build have a harder time playing my build than people who pick it up cold from never playing Elves before. And I think a lot of it has to do with mindset. The traditional, okay, that was missequencing, but the traditional build actually is the best line is often the combo line. So I think it becomes ingratiated into players to look for the combo kill. Whereas in this build, it's more like a mid-range deck, and that can combo if need be. But I think looking for the combo kill when trying to play our deck is how you do poorly with it, because it's often not the best line. So some strange sequencing by our opponent that probably it's not going to matter because our hand is really slow, but probably cost him cards in some percentage. I'm just gonna F6 because we don't really have anything anyways, and endurance doesn't really do anything in the mirror for the most part. So what they should do is next turn bash for 25, force me to block at least 2, I guess, and then we probably just don't have enough time. My guess is there's probably gonna be an uptick in elves in the next few days because they had a good showing at Eternal Weekend, and then it's probably gonna go back down because the deck is difficult to play. And I've found out just from observation, what tends to happen a lot is players will pick up the deck and then they'll give up because it's too hard to play. Our opponent, I don't know what's going on. They like rotated a cradle. Maybe they have a third cradle in hand. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense what just happened. So also, I would expect more plague engineer type effects in the next few days, as there's an uptick in elves as well. So both is probably happening. All right, so there's a third cradle. They should bash with everybody, including the arbors. I should have actually put the shepherd there, but it's not gonna matter. We're too far behind. Caltrops. What does that do again? I forget. Ah, yes, that would be nice. Although the pump stops it, so it doesn't matter, right? All right, now we're dead. Exactly, right? I mean, to be fair, also, the way I built this deck, and York knows this. Anybody who's had a lot of experience with this version knows you don't really lose to Plague Engineer. At least not by itself. Like it has to be Plague Engineer and something else, or two Plague Engineers or something like that. You can typically navigate through a single engineer. I showed this on last night's stream, but right before he won, he screenshotted the board state to me, and there was a plague engineer on the other side that wasn't doing anything. It was kind of funny actually. All right. Actually, I think I value the draw more, so maybe put back a shepherd. It's not particularly great because these matchups tend to get a little grindy, and the visionary is actually kind of good. Yikes. Um, Primal. That's better, but not great. But I think I have to keep. I don't want to go to 5, and just hope to draw well. I guess. Good draws here will be Symbiote, Visionary, or Natural Order. Oh, they're playing the white version. Okay, so they're playing the version that my friend Inigo, whose alias is Runcor, top 8 a week ago. The white is nice if you are expecting like Merit Lage because Swords is better than Swords to Plowshares is better than Assassin's Trophy against those decks. I do. I personally think the version that Jorg and I played and Peter adopted and is significantly stronger. I think Black gives you much better game against combo. The other reason being is because I think Assassin's Trophy being boarded in against certain combo decks like Doomsday and Tess is highly relevant. Not to mention it's better against the Tabernacle or not Merit Laser specifically, but the Tabernacle decks. I'm just gonna yield. So we're probably gonna shepherd into Visionary here. Um, well, we have a glimpse. So actually, I think I'm just gonna Visionary. So we're setting up for turn 4 now. All right. So they're glimpsing first. We are probably dead outside of drawing an edge order, because the Birch Lore is real good here. But we'll see about their sequencing too. It was a little shaky in the previous game. Our opponent is also 5 minutes behind on time. If that's one pet peeve of mine, it's when slow play, I guess. Yeah, so Inigo ran the one crop rotation main. He also ran Sajiri Steep, which can make for some big blowouts, but also it's like an awkward top deck. I'm suddenly very tired. Maybe because I had a long drive home, but maybe I need some coffee. So we might be able to steal this game with a natural order. I don't know about their sequencing there. It didn't seem like that was optimal. That's actually a big top deck. Now natural order wins the game. So this gives me two draws here. Ouch. Okay. We missed on both, unfortunately. All right. They boarded on in Progenitus for not a great reason. They should also board out Bog. Our opponent is playing a little bit sloppy, in my opinion. Okay, so they just drew the green sun. 9. All right, brutal start to this league. Not so much the losing, but I don't like having to sit through like something like that. Let's see if we can salvage the 3-2 here. I am getting a message on my phone. I see that you liked my tweet, Romario. That was what it was. Thank you. All right, maybe we'll have better games right now. This person usually plays. I don't know. I recognize the username, but I feel like they usually play like really random stuff. They might be on DNT. Problem is man. We're on the play. We can potentially take a chance here. Uh, yeah, I don't want to go to. Well, yeah, I think let's just be safe. This is significantly better. The problem is like I'm priced into playing. Well, there's two plays, right? You either lead with a cradle and do nothing, and then play the other thing the next turn. But the problem is the bog is already bad, and so is the second natural order. If it was like something else that was useful, maybe I keep. But I think a lot can go wrong there, and the upside wasn't even that high. It might be lands we're playing against again. Well, 72 cards actually, so I don't know what they're playing. I really wish Moto would go back to like competitive leagues or competitive prelims, or change the what is it called, the prizing, because then you can get like more realistic testing without just taking a huge hit on EV. Excuse me, I'm tired. It's been a long day. So there's no need to expose the. Well, actually, that's not true. The benefit here of what is it called? Of playing the wasteland is that you get an extra draw off the visionary and potentially develop your board even more. So the next turn is going to be lethal. If you want to mess with your opponent, you can just like untap the reclaimer there. So if they tap out here, we have to kill. We lost round one to lands. Um, I don't think we can get too mad at it. We got like some testing in. I don't know how good our opponent was, but we didn't draw very well. The other reason why we may see an uptick in some, less popular decks is the god accounts too. There's no need to bounce here. We can do it on our turn. It's the same. The reason why we play the heritage there is because we want to lean towards a natural order kill. If we draw one drop, it's a lot of damage too. It looks like they're, oh my goodness, they're on a Dark Depths but Yorion version. Sure. A land or a one drop wins here. Ooh, not the one drop I was talking about. Yikes. That's bad news for us because they untap the library here. We might be able to win through it, but they have a lot of looks. It's a little hot also. Weather has been really weird here in Southern California. I forgot what this does. Oh, sure. Hmm. Um, if we get a one drop, the one up Queen Ranger would have been nice here. Uh, might be okay actually. Yeah. So they're on some kind of weird lands deck. I think Progenitors is a pretty nice upgrade. They're on Merit Lage. I don't even think we care about the graveyard stuff. Maybe one endurance just to tutor for in case they have Euro, but it's not even great. Don't think this is a Grist matchup either. I think we probably just want speed. Like, what did they play? They play a Kaya, a Library, and Mox. Trophy might be decent, like depending what they have. We saw Merit Lage, so Caracas seems reasonable. So does the crowd rotation. And we're gonna board as if they're like a weird lands deck, I guess. Force of Vigor seems a little too narrow here. For now, at least. We want a one drop pretty badly, so War was not great, but we'll have to settle. Prismatic ending. Yep. Um, I think we have to just slam the Visionary and then play around the Wasteland. Ooh, the crowd rotation is actually pretty neat here. Sure. We have the answer, but we didn't fetch the Bayou to play around Wasteland. We'll see if that comes back to bite us. Sure. So we're playing against what looks like a brew because of the god accounts. Oh, oh, neat. That's awesome to hear, Lomer boy. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about why the Yorion is the only thing. I mean, I didn't see any ETB targets, so that was the only strange thing to me, I guess. I think we have no choice but to go here. Yeah, if it's for the extra body, my gut tells me 60 uh might be better personally, but that's just a guess, right? Because I don't know. I guess you have to factor in the context of the deck too. Uh, Hopefully we get lucky here. Unfortunately, this engineer lives. I mean, stops the birch lore, but um, yeah, I think that's it. Interesting. Yeah, I'm glad it's working out for you, Lomer boy. I don't even remember what this does. Oh, it's like a loam, sort of. I guess that's fitting. So now I know why you play this, Lomer boy. I guess you're on theme, right? So is he playing your deck because he saw it, or is it because you guys are friends, or in the same maybe channel or something? That's fine, I guess. Oh, I see. So this is in the Loam Discord. We actually have a kill here. Do we know? Yeah, we know what their last card is. So this is a pretty sweet kill. Again, through engineer, right? Like I mentioned earlier, look, um, our deck is pretty immune to engineer for the most part. I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's see if we can recover in this league. For those of you who are just joining in, we lost round one to lands, which I think is like probably the hardest matchup for elves at the moment out of the popular decks. And then we lost the mirror to with the white splash. So I'll be right back. BRB. So I am back. Um, yeah, pitching Yorion for forces is kind of cool, I guess. I'm just not sure that's worth diluting your deck is all. I think like something like DNT that can abuse all the ETB triggers in addition to forcing is a bigger deal. Because I don't think unlike Kahira out of like the storm decks or the super control decks like the land like lands for instance, I don't think playing 80 is free. So the upside I think would have to be worth it. And I'm not sure just as an extra card is worth diluting your card quality is all. That said, I mean if you are running hot with it, Connor, then by all means, right? Um, so let's see. 3-0 versus Elves is pretty good. I will say, like, uh, at least for me, at least, I don't. I'm typically not too concerned about the fair matchups, and that's typically why I build the sideboard the way I do. It's generally very slanted to be combo, and I'm okay with giving a little bit of percentage points in the fair matches because I mentioned this a few times on stream, including yesterday. You can potentially outplay your opponent, even if you're missing your sideboard haymaker in a longer game. You can't really outplay Crystal Brand like that. Like I don't like to make myself too vulnerable to the show and tells of the world or the reanimators and the oops of the world. It's why the sideboard cards I have and like even the fair cards, they have huge applications in the unfair matchups. Like trophy is, you can think of it as a Murktide removal right now, but it's also a Stone Rain, right, against certain decks, like Doomsday, post Doomsday resolving, and against like Test, for instance. Force of Vigor is like pretty good against the like Omniscience, for instance, even though Show and Tell is not getting a lot of play right now. I mean, 80% win rate is nothing to scoff at. I'm trying to think like, there's only been a few times over like a larger sample size, maybe like let's just say 50 games or something, where I've been able to maintain an 80% win rate with a certain build. So definitely very impressive, Lomer Boy. Yeah, I can definitely fall into that category of sticking with a build even if I don't think it's optimal, just because you're running hot. Because just like at a poker table, right? Like you're not gonna stand up from the table even though you're getting lucky, so to speak, right, and misplaying, just because sometimes it's your day, right? Terminal Justice. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I know. Like you definitely are one of the uh, pioneers, so to speak, of the Knight of the Reliquary type decks. This is kind of iffy. I don't really like having two arbors. The endurance is potentially dead too, depending on what they have. That said, I mean, there's no acceleration too. Probably not actually. This is like better. It'd be pretty bad here if they have waste, but so what? I guess. I think I have to be able to, cast Grist on time. Yeah, so I mentioned that like a couple days ago. Like, I mean, sorry, yesterday. If a matchup should be determined by the average player for both decks, or it's hard to say perfect play because that's not realistic, but near perfect play. I think we'll do this and pass. Near perfect play, I would say, from two pilots of two archetypes. Like, what do you Twitch chat consider to be the, I guess, de facto yeah, I had a feeling they would do this. A lot of people don't realize Reclaimer protects lands, but Yeah, that's fair. Probably just lock out the loam right now. Well, I guess what I'm saying is like, if you said deck A has a good matchup against deck B, are you referring to the average player for both sides? Or are you assuming both sides are playing not optimally, but near optimal? Yeah, that's fair. So this is gonna be kind of a cool thing that happens right now. I'm gonna attack with both, and then I'm gonna use the Arbor as a land, and then stack it with a trigger on the stack. No, I definitely agree with that, Lover Boy. I think I think matchups matter maybe less in Legacy, or just nowadays than before, because if you're a good player, I think you can just win with most decks. Thanks for the clarification, Ari. I appreciate the answer. I would assume that as well. Like, of course, you can't assume perfect play from both sides, but at least high level play. And that's typically what I refer to. But I was curious what others thought. Yeah, I agree with Mario too. Shoot. Oh, I screwed up. Yeah. Um, shoot. Yeah, I clicked through that too quickly. I should have pitched it for a cradle, really, but it's okay. So the correct line there was tap both, sack it, and then get a cradle, and then keep the reclaimer, lose the waterwood. But it's not the end of the world. All right, now we can do that. We can't bounce the reclaimer, Jason. There's a needle out. I think Wirewood doesn't matter too much. Like, this matchup is about this card and Heritage Druid. Like, very rarely interesting line. Oh, because of the Crucible, Jesus. Yeah, it's been one of those leagues so far. Let me think. We need to hit lands. Ideally, we hit a land here, and then yeah, that's perfect actually. And then we can play the collective. I forget. Do we know the last card? I wasn't paying attention. Yikes. Okay. But yeah, so Ari, I don't know if you've been paying attention to Legacy or not. I know he's a modern all-star, but quite the weekend for Elves if you are still interested in learning the deck. Uh, hey, how's it going, Shop Shop? I think we can probably fetch to thin. Wait, one, two. For sure. I mean, no rush, obviously. Yeah, no progenitors. Otherwise, that would have been potentially our way to steal this game. Yeah, I think an ex whale, your friend, our friend, imposter. I don't know who this is. Managed to top eight the Eternal Weekend Wasteland event. But Will thought it was super funny though, Ari. So a little bit sloppy by me. I should have actually got the Bayou because there was another force, and I already had non-basic, so it didn't really matter. It actually might keep us off casting a Gris here. This is actually kind of brutal. Like, um, they're gonna continue to ghost quarter us. Yikes! All right. Oh man. Uh, it was, but capital I. Yeah. What sinister person would do such a thing? Sure. Oh man, this is slow death. We don't even have the bog too. I mean, what I mean is we already used it. I was Lomer Boy. I was. This was my username last season. Sensei's Divining Top Counterbalance. Part of me wants to concede this match. I don't know if there's a winning line from here. Like we can't stop their what is it called? Did they use the blast zone already? No, they still have that too. I'm not sure there's a winning line from here. We can try, but I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's a winning line. Yeah, I was a Miracles player, and then I just, had tired of, got tired of, 8 for 1 on the tribal players, right? With Determinus. Yeah, actually, it's funny. I don't think it'll happen because I don't think I'm gonna like really actively go for it this season. But it would be sweet to win the trophy race on three different usernames. So I want it on my dog's account, which is Scooby Loo. Um, and then I won it last season again in back-to-back seasons with Sensei's Divining Top. And right now I've got three with Hello Noon, but I don't think I will win this season. Uh, Also because I just happened to get really hot last season. I wasn't really going for it, to be honest. The benefit is the reanimator or the oops player is not going to recognize your name and just like try to mold to forward, trying to get T1 you every turn one you every game, especially in leagues where combo is rampant. Also, it's just not the type of Magic I want to play. Where I like because I typically keep most hands, and I don't like I just didn't enjoy opponents mold to four like just because they thought they're gonna lose to the elf player if they're on like Delver anyways, right? They're gonna mold to DRC or Murktide or something, or the combo player knowing, oh, they don't have Force of Will or whatever game one, so I can just mold to the nuts as well. I think I think we'll just concede from here. I don't think there's a winning line, and I don't think chat really enjoys watching this kind of gameplay too. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. Yeah, especially in a tournament. I'm granted I don't play challenges like that often. I played Eternal Weekend just like for fun, right? But typically I don't play challenges, and I played actually as practice the weekend before the first challenge in like over a year, just for practice for Eternal Weekend, and I played on Hello Newton just because I wanted everybody's best shot for the practice, and I actually think it mattered because when you're getting the best practice. I think when it comes to bigger events and you're playing suddenly on an alt, it probably helps. I think I like crop. So we're just gonna board down and be like try to combo centric because the longer the game goes, I don't think we're beating lands. Exactly, right, Zachary? Like, and I mean, it's hard to say if it mattered or not. I will say though, when people realized that I was the trophy leader like halfway through the season last season, I started to lose a lot more game ones for what it's worth. And during my Eternal Weekend run, I won most of my game ones. Maybe that's coincidence, maybe that's not, but just something interesting to keep an eye on. Yeah, sniping's a thing too. So like I on my Discord for my deck, I used to post my exact list in real time, so to speak, right? And then unfortunately, I noticed one archetype would always somehow know what sideboard cards I'm running. And unfortunately, what I did was I would delay it now. I don't always post my latest list because, somebody ruining the fun for all. I won't say which archetype. So we kind of had a good turn two here. If we had another one drop, that would probably be the best of everything. But I mean, you can't really complain. We just had a, better than a ancestral recall. Hmm. I think that might be lethal, but I would have to count. Oops. They could maze, but then they're just down two lands, right? And that's still 14 even if they maze here. Yeah. So let's catch up. Yeah, every Epic Storm stream I watch, Brian always checks the other player. Yeah, unfortunately, I get it in like I get it in a challenge. Even though I don't really play much challenges because like it's a more competitive environment, and unfortunately that's just part of the game, so to speak. But even in leagues, when people do that, it's just quite a sour taste, in my opinion. And I've had people, again, like I said, um, there's a certain archetype out there that somehow always knew what cyborg cards I was running. So even though I would change it, and then suddenly, I'll put it this way: I would pair into two players from this archetype, and then the second player, for some reason, adjusted their sideboarding accordingly. And I think it's because they communicate with each other. Again, that's just what I suspect. And for a league, that's a little much for me, but hey, if that's gonna happen, I guess I have to take down my sideboard guide, or at least the latest one. I think, yeah, exactly. If you want to do that for a challenge, like I get it, like it's competitive environment, but for a league, that's just seems a little much, personally. I think I will keep, although it's not great. It's a Moto 6 already, but we have the trophy, so probably. Yikes. Alright. Depending on their hand, it's not even the best. I mean, against us because we have natural order. It's gonna be terrible if they have natural. What is it called here? If they have natural merit age, but we can't really play around it, right? Like our path to victory here is progenitus. All right, Valakut exploration, interesting. I think here we're we're just gonna visionary and see what we draw. If they have it, so be it. Like our game plan right now is to turbo Progenitus and then hold up Assassin's Trophy for their Merit Legion. Oh my god, that is annoying. Cradle would be a nice draw right here. Jeez. So they're gonna hit our Arbor next if we don't do something. I think we have no choice. We're gonna do it on their draw step. This Crucible is gonna take over the game otherwise. That's kind of neat. They have their own. They only have one force. Yikes! The exploration is not what? Oh, they should be casting it. I don't get what's going on. Oh, okay. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, so Jason read my mind. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why they're not casting it there? There's two things here. I think we dig for the land now. They have one card in hand. I don't know. I don't remember what it is, unfortunately, or if we know what it is. Probably not. Um, two, three. I think we can just like play the Reclaimer too as insurance. If they waste us, we can have the Reclaimer do it again. It is fitting Jason pointed out the sphere because he's the tax man. They probably hit the cradle here. Like I can't imagine they're not going to wasteland us here. That's fair. I've played this matchup from the DNC side a lot in the past, Jason, and it's just miserable. Oh, there goes that. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I know how you feel because I played D&T a lot before, and I found the lands matchup very difficult to beat. Oh man, shoot, there's a loam now. I actually screwed up a little bit. I should have pitched the arbor again, but I got a little too trigger happy. Yeah, the before is like rip or bust, right? For from the DNC side. What is that? Needle. Yeah, I mean, I played before Yorion was a thing, so back then, yeah, I was like rip. This is like when Sanctum Prelate was around, like when it first kind of came out, so a while ago. I'm just praying to untap here with 5 lands, so I can order just in case. They likely named the Reclaimer, but did they play a land yet? Maybe we steal this game actually. Actually, probably not. They have the stage, the map already in play. This is kind of brutal. It's not so much the saga. It's just like you're unlikely to win game one, and winning both post board games through Tabernacles is very difficult. Yeah, so we're probably just dead here. Well, maybe they main phase it and then ooh, Blast Zone. So unlike our Lance player in the first round, this is a more traditional Lance player that will play more carefully, like and not just go for the Merit Lage combo because you get have ways of getting blown out post board from the elf side. Sure. Yeah, Saga is just a egregious card. Land. Thank you. Wasteland. Mox. Oh, we might die to the exploration. Huh. they might have a punishing fire in hand. Oh, now we're just dead actually because of the exploration and the loam. I don't remember we missed an attack earlier. It's possible, but kind of a brutal outcome. Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, Ken. I think, yeah, I think we screwed up that one turn. We had to sacrifice the visionary, and that might have just been the game right there. Granted, to be fair, the arbor paying for itself led to the progenitus, so can't really get too mad on that I guess. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Ken. All right, so we had a small, being a little sloppy earlier cost us maybe a point or two. It's hard to say because things play out differently. Like we don't have the arbor to pitch for the progenitus, so close game, but we didn't get there here. They probably messed up too, to be honest. If I were them, I probably would have wasted me and not let me get to 4 mana. Like, especially if you're a non-blue deck, you can't really allow, for the most part. I mean, there's exceptions obviously, but for the most part, if you can keep your opponent off 4 mana, or five in this case with Sphere, right? Like, typically that's the play. Really rough league for us actually at the moment, but um, we lost the Lance twice, which is probably the hardest matchup, and then we lost the Mirror, so that's not too bad, I guess. You put it that into perspective. That's a good question, Lower Boy. I try to keep things into perspective. So that's funny, Ken. Yeah, a lot of people start doing that. So like this season, at least so far, I've just been playing on Hello Noon because there's no point, right? Anurag told specifically said on his stream like, oh, if they even have one person posting of elves and they're at the top of the leaderboard, I'm just gonna assume it's Noon as well. About the positivity thing, I think especially if it's a matchup that you're unlikely to see, I don't really put weight into it one way or the other. Like if I win or lose, I don't think it really makes a big difference. I'm just having a bad day, um, one thing I will try to do is evaluate: is it because of the deck or because I'm playing poorly? And of course, if I'm playing well and my opponent's not, I would factor that in as well. Like, uh, if I believe it's just pilot error, I can probably live with that, and knowing the deck is good. If I'm playing well but I'm losing, and the deck needs to be adjusted, on the bright side, it's good to find out now. This is probably a mole. It's kind of slow, but what was I gonna say? It's something on the to-do list, but if it's something that I don't think can be fixed, what I have done, this happened only once before, I guess, where I didn't think the deck was salvageable. I would switch decks. And this happened after War of the Spark, and after Modern Horizons 1. where I didn't think Elves was any good anymore because everything got power crept up, and it was before the printing of Elvis Reclaimer and Plague Engineer and Red and Six had been printed, and I just thought the deck was pretty much dead. Yeah, so Tom is the real goat. If he were even around, there's no way I win the trophy race. I told him that myself. Yeah, W6 was really messed up, even more so I would say for DNT, because the problem is it's so play dependent, right? Like if they're on the play, they go turn one ponder or whatever, you go turn one mom, and suddenly they go red and six minus, or so you're so far behind. Whereas elves, I actually was able to beat red and six after the printing of reclaimer, because you can actually go wide, and reclaimer being a 3/4 is just a problem for dreadhorde. It always has been, right? That's the meme. Yeah, so I gave up on elves actually. Bef- I gave up on elves after War of the Spark was already like iffy, right, because of dreadhorde, and then Horizons just put the nail in the coffin. The only reason why I actually came back was because I think it was like 2019 set or whatever what the year was. Maybe I think it's called 2020. So Elvish Reclaimer had been printed, and I actually on spoiler thought the card was probably a little too slow. Like honestly, that was my opinion. And then I saw DNS Solver, run the Hogak Depths deck with 4 Reclaimers in it, and I thought, wait, there's a deck that's not Elves running a 4 of 1-drop Elf, and that's a crop rotation. Like it would be malpractice for me to not even give it a chance. So I started working on the deck. The first real few iterations, I'll admit, were very rough. I mean, anybody who wants can just ask me. I'll like dig up the old list. Okay, we're getting Doomsday here, but essentially, I like cut natural order. I tried like playing one Thespian stage, one Depths. Like I was all over the place with the first few lists, and then I realized, well, why don't I take what kind of works, which is the Elf Shell, and just cut the Nettle Sentinels and see what happens, because the deck can only support so many cards that don't create mana anyways. And then because I knew the Reclaimer was strong, immediate playing. It's just the shells I was trying it in were very bad. And it turns out like that was probably the beginning of the deviation from the quote unquote traditional list. When I first realized, oh, I can just take what kind of works, which is the list, and just take out the Nettle Sentinels, because I just didn't think it did enough in 2019 Legacy, when Plague Engineer got printed, Dreadhorde got printed, Teferi got printed, like a bunch of broken cards. The Start of Fire design, essentially, right? Um, and then immediately after that, so that was like September-ish 2019. A month or so later, or whatever it was, Eldraine got released, and that added the consistency of Once Upon a Time, and then that kind of became the centerpiece of the new deck. Allosaurus Shepherd came a lot later, but that was kind of the new building block, so to speak. Uh, so people have seen this already. I've been playing against Doomsday on stream a few times. Typically, you just want to board out the glimpses, because they're very awkward with endurance. So we'll see if we can keep our win streak against Doomsday alive. I think I've won like my last 8 matches or something against Doomsday. Usually losing game one, obviously, and then winning the post board games. This is a snap keep. The game plan against Doomsday that I've been having success with is it's A plus B. A is Shepherd or Green Sun. B is Endurance or Trophy. Do you mean overall, or do you mean power level, or do you mean? So great question, Ken. against certain archetypes? Like, what do you mean, Ken? So that answer actually changes based on the question that you on what you ask. Or do you, yeah, like, so metagame can matter, or just individual power level. There are two eras of Legacy that stand out to me. And that's not one of them, unfortunately, Andrew. I think relative to the field, I think it's possibly right now, actually. I think in terms of like having the best game against like Delver, for instance, that's probably when Lurrus was legal because our Lurrus was just better than their Lurrus, right? Like, to put it frankly, I guess. Yeah, so Doomsday being the a very popular combo deck is actually good for us. And the reason why I think it's possibly right now is because if you look at the metagame, the only deck I'm truly scared of is lands. Like I'm not that scared of Doomsday anymore, like I was maybe half a year ago, and it's because we learned how to beat it. Whereas and this card helps a lot, and that was not a pun unintended because Thoughtseize does help too. Um, it has so 8 cast is like a buy. DNT, while not as great as it once was, it's still like okay. What else? I think the whatever matchup is like still good. What's the main application of trophy against Doomsday? You stone rain them after they go for it. It's actually quite good. Yep. Yeah, so that's the thing. Jason brought up a good point. Like, if you look at the top decks right now, it's like Delver, Lands, I think, um, Green White Depths, DNT, Elves, like essentially Delver plus anti Delver decks, and then Bank Control or 4C Control. I There's 8 casts, and I guess like the best spell based combo deck is, maybe Oops, I don't know, or Doomsday, one of the two. But I think I feel good about every matchup now besides lands, and lands is like near unwinnable. Like if the lands player is good. Yeah, that's potentially true, but it's popular on paper, online though. So like, I think elves right now, if we can solve the lands problem, which it is a major problem at the moment, and the green white depths matchup, while winnable, not great either. So it depends, right? Like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'm gonna hedge towards green white depths because Jax told me I should, and that's why there's the Caracas here, and then the crowd rotation. But I think I can probably get the green white depths if I tweak the sideboard a little bit closer to 50-50. But I think it's hard to get the lands matchup too. Like there is not a good answer at the moment. Whereas at least the green white depths matchup, I think with some tweaking you can actually get it closer to 50-50. And then the Doomsday I think I've solved. 8 cast has always been good, like, and that's actually the deck that has been best for elves from a meta perspective because 8 cast tends to um, what is it called? Suppress all our bad matchups, and it itself cannot beat us. Like you can almost play spells blindly against 8 cast and still win. Yeah, so it's probably even worse than the their matchup against elves is possibly even worse than the DNT versus elves matchup before, and that's saying a lot. Like I think I mentioned during the Saturday stream where I did my review of the top eight uh, run. When I got the round two 8 cast pairing and I started 0-1, I messaged in my group chat, well, at least I got the buy. Exactly. So like DNT and it does have a way to win, which is GT. Even before, like it was slow, but if you got to GT somehow with like 3-4 removal spells in a row, for instance, or like old school would be like turn one swords their guy, turn two revoker their guy, turn three something, and then turn four, I guess turn three Stoneforge and turn four equip. You probably can steal a game or two. Also, it helps significantly if you know how to play against elves. So my record against elves, for instance, from the D&T side, was significantly better than chain of paper. So I'm gonna. Hmm. So they can go dark ritual here. We can't win regardless anytime soon. So actually, I kind of like taking the ritual here because they kept. Well, they could force, I guess. Yeah, I'll take that. Well, I don't want to just get Doomsday here, right? Like if that's what they have. Yeah, that's true. I think now I take the chain. Yeah, for sure, Jason. Like, I heard it has a horrible D&T matchup as well. Is that accurate? In addition to a horrible L's matchup. I agree with Shops, by the way, earlier that that was taking the chain was the correct play in the first place. Depending what we draw here, we can actually potentially win. Interesting. So they're digging deep now. Probably could have played a little bit better so far this match, but you know, I need to work on my multitask game. Yeah, because especially the heritage comes down, the visionary, assuming we don't draw the hoof, we have lethal. Like it's now or never for them. And I don't think. Well, maybe they have it. We'll see. What do we see off the Thoughtseize? We saw pedal, force, chain, pack. And then we saw, okay, they considered, and then we saw Force of Will Pact, and then, okay, so they still have another Dark Ritual. I don't think it would have mattered based on those hands. Hey, Duchess, thank you, I appreciate that. They need a cantrip too, which they may have, I don't know. Chain is a little bit annoying though. They let's see. So they don't have any more petals. That's good. Yikes! I think we're just dead here then. Oh, okay. That's not bad at all. All right, they're just dead. I don't think they can win from this thought. There's no more mana, and the LED is it. Yeah, they're just dead. Outside of something strange like submerge, I believe there should be dead. Yeah, that's fair. So not a great league, but one good thing came out of it. It further confirms that despite the data that was shown at Eternal Weekend, I believe the Doomsday matchup has been flipped like successfully. I'm like I said, I won like the last like 9 times now, like 4 of which were on stream too. So within the last week against Doomsday, so pretty happy about that at least. Once on Romario's stream, obviously. Oh, good games, Haps. All good. Yeah, I mean, you gotta start somewhere, right? Like, and you know, like, there's no other way to get better than to practice, in my opinion. Let me think. That was the first league we had a rough showing. We lost to Lands twice and we lost to Elves. In the pseudo mirror, like they were on the reclaimer build, but off with a white splash. The Emrakul plan for endurances. Probably not. The reason being is because that assumes I can't kill you on the crackback, which is like very risky in my opinion. And also, if you draw the Emrakul, it's just really bad. So I don't think so personally. I've had it. You're not the only one who's done that, but I don't think it's worth it. I think if you really want to stop endurance, the best build is probably the Esper build with Chance or Teferis, Orim's Chant and Teferi effects. So you can stop all their nonsense, right? You can stop their endurance, you can stop their permission, you can stop everything. Like it doesn't matter. If you want to be most immune. I don't know what the drawbacks of playing white over say red or just straight blue black. Well, blue black would just be for the mana base, but I don't know how it compares to like Pyroblast, for instance, and how it does your affect your other matchups. But at least from the Elves perspective, the white splash is the scariest um, because of chant effects and Teferi. Also because of possibly having Swords to Plowshares or Portable Hole or Prismatic Ending. So just my 2 cents, I guess. I guess we'll run it back. let's see. I guess I'll give chat a input on how we want to build the next for the next league. So here we ran the Caracas. We didn't run into green white depths, and this is not like particularly good against lands. And we got like destroyed twice, two times, I guess. Well, one time I think was closer, but maybe we need to address that somehow. Um, it's possible also because the crop rotation is not particularly good against, or not as good, I would say, against lands compared to Force of Vigor. Maybe it's okay we run the third Force to try to fix the lands matchup. Though it's like hard to say, right? Like because I think the Thought Seizes are pretty much untouchable. I think the Endurances, while not untouchable, if anything, they would just like I would try to squeeze another one into the main deck, and then this is really mid range dot green or green dot mid range, right? And speaking of which, that reminds me. I should use the proper name. Um, Maybe just having the 1 to 2 to 4 is good enough. Hard to say, right? I think. What do you think, chat? What do you want me to play? And then this card I actually moved into this account again today. In the event Plague Engineer is somehow rampant again, I don't think so, and we have plenty of game against Plague Engineer, but you never know, right? I guess I'll bring back up that screenshot. I showed this on yesterday's stream. This is the image that York sent me right before he was gonna clinch the win, right, on Saturday's Eternal Weekend event, and oops, did that work? All right, here we go. Yeah, so Jason, what's it called? I know I played Jason when I was on my other account before. I don't know. Jason probably even suspected it was me. Who knows? But I was able to win through Peacekeeper essentially because of that, and I did that to not only Jason but a few other DNC players. And if you know the elf player has Cabal Pit in their list, you're better off not even going for Peacekeeper because um, you end up just taxing yourself 2 mana every turn, and they can actually beat it pretty easily. Like I think my record so far against Peacekeeper out of DNT is undefeated. Like every time my opponent has a Peacekeeper, I've actually won the game because it's actually slowed them down more than slowed me down, so to speak. Without it, it's probably more tricky. I haven't actually had it come up yet, but the reason why I was okay with sacrificing the Cabal Pit, and again, this is like winning through Plague Engineer, right? Like, not really a big deal for Elves, at least this list. Um, the reason why I was more okay was because of 3 Force of Vigors in the sideboard, like to compensate for that. And I think um, I saw because I'm a frequent visitor of the DNT channel on Discord because I also own the deck, like I said, and just I find that there's certain Discord channels I find very enjoyable to read, and I guess DNT is one of them. And one of the things I think John Ryan Hamilton said in the channel in the Elf section was, "Oh, if they're the Reclaimer build, you just cry, right?" Like, because then he was talking about the Peacekeeper being a lock for the Netto build, but yeah, at least for the time being, crop like this is like probably I mentioned this the other day. This is like card number 77 at the moment, behind crop and at 76 and the other 75. So it's very close. If I had to force my way, I could probably add it back in because or for if some reason Containment Priest and a Plague Engineer is like super popular or something, then this is like very good. Like you have an out with 5 outs essentially with Reclaimer. The awkward card against this is opposition agent because it doesn't even work, right? Like I can't tutor for it. Um, as some people may or may not know, one of the harder hate cards against my version is not even Plague Engineer itself, but opposition agent is actually quite annoying to beat. For those of you who want hate cards against the elves, the problem is I don't know how much agent actually maps for the other decks that you want to hedge against. It's good against my deck, well not unbeatable, but yeah, it's absolute nuts against my version of the deck. Arguably better than Engineer. So with that said, I think this is what I'm going to run for the next league. But before I start, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the restroom again real quick. Also, for those of you who are even thinking about subscribing to my Patreon, I hope to get my next article out tomorrow, so that might be a good time. I'll probably post on Twitter if I do or not. And my latest article actually got feedback from one of my readers, and they said they think the public can actually benefit from it in general. So what I'm gonna do for Thanksgiving is actually release that for free. So maybe be on the lookout for that article. The article is this. It's actually hold on. Yeah, I guess I'll just bring it here. So I talk about sideboarding heuristics in general and how to sideboard not per matchup but just against major archetypes or genres of decks in general. And what is it called? I guess that's something that you can be on the lookout maybe on Thanksgiving Day, which I hope to I it's on the Patreon right now, but I think people would probably enjoy the read. So as a way to just kind of give back, so to speak, I'm gonna release that article for free on hopefully Thanksgiving Day. Um, okay, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break and then be back in like a minute. All right, I am back, and doesn't look like there's any, what's it called, preferences towards the list. So we'll just run back the same list, but I think, given how smashed we got by the Lance matchup, I think I want that third Force of Vigor. Like, if I can hopefully, one second. Apologize, I have to adjust that. So I think Again, maybe the 1 to 2 to 4 is good enough because I definitely think the force is better than the crop against lands, and the hope is you can flip that. Although, if it does come true, it might be actually be a bad thing, right? Because maybe you have to ban something from elves. Because, like I said, that's probably the matchup that is holding elves really back at the moment, and to a smaller extent, the depths matchup. Um, you could, although I don't think it's like as effective as maybe the Force of Vigor. Although it has application against like other things like D&T. So KCC is usually on like some kind of lands variant. In general, I think. So I mentioned this earlier. In general, I keep most hands against most people. Oh, he is. Okay, I didn't realize that. I know every time I played him recently, he's been on like Yorion land-ish decks. Always with Green Sun too, by the way. Speaking of Green Sun, I think the green cards, 81 cards. I guess it was, yeah. So, quick note about the Cabal Pit. I only stopped playing it because I didn't have the space. Not so much because it's bad for what it's worth. Just want to point that out. Oh, think I just screwed that up. Might be the correct. Well, actually, that's not true because if I tap out the grist there, then my grist dies too. So not particularly great. Yeah. So like I looked at some of their lists just on Goldfish a while back because I was curious like what they played. Um, Typically speaking, I think it's like some number of green sun, usually four, right? And then like it's like a lands ish deck with loam. I think here you either green sun for one. Well, actually, whatever's pretty good too. Symbiote. Casing can minus here. I think I just actually collect Oof and save the green sun as a potential win con. It's there's a decent chance the green sun is just lethal, depending on what they do and what we draw. It's gotta be waste, I think. Oh, jeez. All right. I was not expecting that. I believe it. I mean, yeah, that was pretty good right now. What happened? I guess here is what to pitch, right? Probably the visionary. Yeah, actually, that was a mistake by me. Although other things can go wrong, right? I kind of wanted the Arbiter because I wanted to cast the Natural Order, and we luck sacked into it anyways. That might be game. I'm not sure they can beat this, but I don't know what they have in their list. A Euro is one way, but I don't know if they're gonna Euro anytime soon. That yeah. So what Jason mentioned crossed my mind actually. The reason why I didn't go for it is because I wanted to cast a Natural Order. Second Grist is maybe, I guess. I don't know their list off the top of my head. Jace, yeah, I think I have seen Jace from their list. That's true. This card is like very high variance against these some of these blue decks. This is not really a blue deck, to be fair. It's like a more lands deck that happens to play blue. But we'll see. Yeah, so one way we lose is Euro, and unfortunately, Euro's now in the yard. Yikes. I think we're gonna lose actually because of the Euro. Well, actually, they're missing blue, but I have to imagine they're gonna hit it right now with the library. Oh, that is obnoxious. That might have just sealed our fate here. I mean, I guess we have outs. Endurance is one of them. Hmm. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. I don't think we can attack. I think we start to attack with the endurance, and then hmm, that's interesting. Yeah, they should not put my stuff back into the deck. Yeah, we're not too far away from lethal. Actually, a cradle here is lethal too, so we'll see. I learned my lesson the hard way in like one of my league matches where I didn't, natural order for endurance to take out the euro, and that ended up costing me the match. Liberator. I've actually played this card. It was decent, and then the problem is opponents know how to play around it. Like they can unflip it, so to speak. Okay, that's not too bad, I guess. I believe it. I believe it. It. When I tested this card in Elves, in the sideboard, it single-handedly won some games. Again, the only reason why I'm not playing it, it's like probably like card 85 or something. I don't know. Is because there's no room. Like I rather. I actually have a funny story about what I wanted to morph, and then I never ended up doing it because once upon a time became stock, and there's just no room. I wanted to actually let me bring up the card. Here is the card. I wanted to get somebody with this one day, and I didn't. I just haven't had the chance to because at the time I was playing 4 Birch Lores. I'd play this as a 5th morph and hopefully get somebody with it. All right, I'm gonna unmorph this now because if I draw an elf, it's lethal. That is like the worst draw. Unfortunately, there are no more fetchables. Yeah, I remember that from Standard. I didn't play, obviously, but the card looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I drew one of the few blanks at the moment. This is what I get, right? You know, trimming on, or, you know, cutting the corners on fetchable targets. Uh-oh. What is 3? Leo? Oh, jeez. Okay. Yikes. So maybe it was correct not to, maybe this is a learning lesson, a learning experience, right? Maybe it's correct not to put stuff back into the library. Yikes. I don't remember what they had at the time, so it's hard to say too. No, actually, I had to because the euro was there. I take that back. It's still lethal if I draw a cradle. Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. Jason's right. I just remembered too why I did that. No, yeah. So Chad is you know, pointing out what I just thought of as well. That I forgot that I did. Classic millennial, right? You just want instant gratification. You forget all the repercussions. This game is still very winnable. It's just I need to draw correctly here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Although they like with 2 spells, maybe they have removal. I don't know. 1 card. They can absorb. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. Um, that is an interesting one. I think if I green some for 1 for heritage, that's 3 plus 6, 7, 8. It's exactly lethal. or exactly enough mana. Our chances of winning are not getting better, so oops. I guess I can glimpse of nature here for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I don't gain an attacker there. Yeah, yikes. Okay, I did not. The problem with this is I don't even know what to play around. This was definitely not on what's on the list of stuff I was playing around. Uh, in general, Jason is right. Although in this case, it doesn't give me another attacker because the difference was it was either 7 or it was 9 because this fetch is dead. Unfortunately, I actually think we're just stone dead now because with a Cradle Hoof in the yard, and then like I don't think we can get through this. We just burned our glimpse as well. I'll concede. Shoot. Yeah, I do not think we can win from this board state because it's game one. Right, because we had to deal. They have Strixes that we have to get through. I mean, for the yeah, thanks, Ken. For the most part, this deck is pretty resilient though. Like it can win through sweepers. Although game one sweepers are a little bit harder, but yeah. I think the problem is the Archon was not a progenitus. Like that's the real reason we lost. Again, I don't really know how to. I think they might have Leo or something relevant. So the Caracas, I think, is relevant. Mm, I, I think I like the one endurance tutor for it. I don't. There's no way I'm keeping the collector oof. They're almost like a mid range deck. I don't think I want the heritage here because I fully expect Plague Engineer. But they're more of a creature deck, so I would lean maybe towards the Assassin's Trophy over the Thoughtseize. Yeah, I don't even think we need it. So for those of you who are what's it called, paying attention, I guess. Uh, I make myself like at the least vulnerable to engineer as I can here. I don't even know if they have permission or not. So I mean, I don't care to look it up, but we should have gone to Vegas this week, right? We have a four of a kind. Oh, is there? Okay. I mean, I thought no forces, but I mean, they randomly have the drown in the lock too, so there's that, I guess. Yeah, I don't think they have forces traditionally, but oh, now I insta regret taking out the collector oof. Although It's probably fine. So they for sure have Leopold, right? If they're playing Coliseum. I kind of wish there was like a walking ballista I could green sun for. That's like a type of card I would want to be able to tutor for. Although not really in green's colors, right? Or anybody's colors. Maybe red. All right. I think we play the shepherd for the mana first, and then we're gonna go ahead and if and then tutor for the uh, Wirewood symbiote. A cool trick you can do that I did yesterday is you can endurance trigger on the stack, tap the cradle for extra mana. I guess we can do it again. There's jokes. I forgot who said it. This is basically Gristle Brown, right? Although, who knows, right? Maybe an engineer comes down pretty soon. Our board, this board is a little susceptible to engineer. Sure. Speak of the devil. Start. I gotta start counting math now, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with the endurance. 6. Actually, but there's no attackers, so. The reason why I morphed there is it's a hedge against engineer. One of these days, I'm gonna. Somebody mentioned it. I think it was Jason or Lomer Boy, but I'm gonna unmorph and it's like Den Protector, right? It is, yeah. Just randomly good right here. Endurance. Is that zone coming? Something is going on here. It's probably not good for me. So that is the blast zone. Luckily, I did not flip the I didn't unmorph the birch floor. Actually, let me see. Yeah, that's still enough attackers. I could get another attacker by pitching the endurance, but I don't want to reveal it. We still have enough. Still have lethal. Oops. Would I change anything based on what I just saw? The trophies seem kind of awkward there, but it's probably better than not to have. The rest is actually the endurance might be okay. The problem is I want to answer to engineer, and this is probably just a higher upside overall than the endurance. So Jeff, I see you're on. When are we gonna see the next Elf League from you? You never published your league, of course. Believe it or not, I'm gonna keep this. The reason being is because I would keep this on six. It's a virtual six. Yeah, no, the latter I definitely understood, for sure. So hopefully, now that EW is done, we can get you back on the elf train, right? I I'm going around trying to spread the elf gospel, and whenever you have a potential talent like Jeff picking up, it's worth the recruitment effort. That's good to know, Jeff. I know certain players don't enjoy this more mid-rangey build, and I'm glad you did. It makes sense because you typically play a lot of mid-range builds yourselves. But for instance, a potential person who is now trying to learn the deck is Cyrus Gorman, and I was afraid he wouldn't enjoy this deck potentially because he plays Ant, and then which is a faster on the Storm spectrum, right? So this is going to be slower. But the one saving grace I will say is compared to the Nettle Sentinel, this is definitely the Ant version of Elves because it's more controlly. You kind of like you're required to be more patient, so to speak. Whereas the Nettle version is more like test, where you kind of play out your hand, so to speak. Yeah, Cyrus is a very good player. So, and it's funny because he posted on Twitter like in his first match he got plague engineered, and he said, "Why would you do this to me, Newton?" And then so he started that league 0-1, but he actually finished 4-1, and then messaged me afterwards saying he had a blast playing the deck, and he's gonna start watching videos now. So if you're playing 8 cast out there, be very afraid. Yeah, so definitely I know he's played D&T before. Uh, I think it sounds like he enjoys the type of decks that I enjoy too, because I enjoy playing D&T. Delver not so much, but I know how to play it. It's just not what I enjoy. I think the blue deck that I would probably enjoy is something like Grixis Control, where it's like more tap out control. Miracle's not as much. And then Delver I can play for like a weekly event, but I typically don't really enjoy it. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna die right now. Uh, so I forgot what that thing does. Oops, the wrong card. That slime. Whenever it leaves, it gets a. It's a loam, I guess. So they could theoretically block with armor, and I actually own Ant, Ken. Uh, I of the storm decks, I have Ant and I have the old version of Doomsday built. So pre Thassa's Oracle. Other decks I own Dredge, although I don't. It's questionable whether that's real Magic, right? Um, I own Delver. I did own Miracles, but I sold that. Anything? I own DNT. I think that covers it. Although I don't own the new version of DNT with Yori on it, so I have to like play 60 cards, I guess, so to speak. Oh my god. Oh man, kind of regretting not having the Heritage Druids here, but I think we have to try to go off now. Oh right, they play Brainstorm too. Okay. Um. Hmm. I don't think there's a reason to play. Well, I guess it would be lethal. Yeah. So. I'm almost certain I'm gonna lose to this because I don't know what it does. No blocks. I'm just hoping Casey taps out so I can just natural order. Sure. Now I cannot, unfortunately. I think he's gonna bounce it with the Caracas. I'm understanding what's going on here. Wait, how did it just go back to its hand? Oh, by removing counters. I wonder what that's gonna be. Wasteland potentially. Oh, jeez. Now we're just dead. I'm assuming they have enough fetchables. Yeah, the card is pretty sweet. I have to read it like a million times. Maybe I'll brew something with this too. I've been meaning to build a green blue Elvish Reclaimer brainstorm deck. So I thought about it some more. I don't think it affected this game. We had kind of a slow hand though. It's possible we want the Heritage Druid because they're an 80 card deck, and the odds of us, running into an engineer is probably lower. Good games, Casey. Yeah, I was trying like the I didn't know what to play around from with regards to your deck. I think this is a keep. Yeah, the specifically it was the drown in the lock that threw me off, Casey. So I led with this so I can like potentially endurance if it matters. I don't know what my opponent is on. Green. Interesting. Maybe they're on like food chain goblins or something. Our hand was like not the best, but we kept it because uh, Elves doesn't really mulligan well. All right, now I'm kind of confused. Maybe it's maybe it's like Alurin or something. I think we actually we can't because of the Leo. Got a deck then. Ooh, that is actually pretty good. Might draw a force here. Our opponent, if I were to guess, maybe they have the Ice Fang and they're gonna dig for it. because they tanked for a little bit. It seems like this would be a snap force if they had it. Yeah, so I predicted correctly. Interesting. If I were to guess, they're on Allurin, but I'm not sure. They pitched a Hull Breacher, which is interesting. Or they might just be some bug value deck. Natural Order wins from here, as it always does, but we have to draw into it. Not the worst, actually, because what this does is it makes Green Sun live. So now we're gonna get Cradle, and then we have more live top decks now. It'll go from essentially 4 to 8, and if need be, deal with the Earl too. We give Cradley a card, but it's better than them getting a card every turn. The good thing is we have a lot of time. Um, we're not dead for a while. Yikes! I was not expecting that. What is the exile? Yeah. Hmm. We have to. We're probably in a really bad spot. We have to hit um, natural cradle and the natural hoof, or natural heritage and natural hoof. I actually kind of remember who our opponent is now. They played something similar, I think, before against York a long time ago, where it was like a collected company deck, and they had like quad engineer, quad agent. How York won is probably the greatest feat I've ever seen. I was wondering why this name looked familiar. This matchup is probably very difficult, if I were to guess. I think we're like locked out right now, unfortunately. I'm trying to think what a win looks like from here, and I don't think there is one. Actually, I know what to do. We'll just start deck thinning. Actually, they're gonna take out our cradles, and I don't think I want that. Yeah, natural cradle, natural hoof is what we need, or natural heritage and natural hoof. Oh my god, yeah. See, I now it's all coming back to me. I kind of remember this player now. I may or may not have played against. I definitely know York has played against this kind of list before, and it was on the way to a top eight too. How York beat this list is beyond me because this matchup looks like a nightmare on paper. I'm just gonna yield through and then bring up the list. This is the list that York fought through, and how he was able to fight through this is beyond me. Because if you look at this challenge, yeah. So York top aided and on the way beat this player because I remember seeing York. York and I would usually consult, and I just saw that list. And I was like, how did you beat? In my mind, I was just thinking, how did you beat this list? Because I think it's close to impossible. All right, now we're just dead. They must have stumbled, and York must have stolen a game one, and then maybe game three. Like I'm trying to imagine what a win looks like. York probably brought in like either one answer, and they had like one of the hate pieces. But I mean, this is like hate dot deck, right? Essentially, where is it? Essentially, yeah, four agents, two engineers, two Leos, four hull breachers. It's just like ramp card mana dork into bomb, and not to mention another two engineers out of the sideboard. Like I told my elf chat at the time, I was like, this might be the greatest accomplishment ever in elf history. Like running through this list because I think it's probably close to unwinnable. I think York probably stole one of the post board games off Progenitus, if I were to guess. And I think we probably have to be. The problem is like Thoughtseize is kind of awkward, right? Because they can just draw another hate piece. The Karak is randomly helpful here. Uh, Probably four trophies. I mean, three trophies, given what we're likely to run into. And I think we probably want to go fast. So it can't take out too much speed. Actually, I don't even think we care about the Caracas. I think we want to go underneath. So three answers to a possible hate bear, and then hope to get underneath and win that way. I would have to ask Jorg if what he how he played this matchup because I think it's probably not very favorable. Um, I guess yeah. Yikes. Not what I. Oops, wrong one. I'll just leave with that. See what if they kill it or not. I'm gonna main phase this right now, so I don't get agent. Might be a hull breacher. All right, we gotta fade a engineer here. Oh, I should have bounced. Oh, that was bad. I got bailed out. I should have bounced in response. It is Pog for sure, Jason. That was bad by me. Just in case it was engineer. And the irony is, it like benefited us not. It benefited us not to bounce there now. Okay. I mean, I guess better lucky than good. As the Zoomers would say, it's very Pog, what just happened right now. All right, we did the easy part. I think this game three is going to be very difficult. I assume you weren't supposed to bounce because you're never beating engineer there, and the body is good. So let me think about that. Engineer, if it slams, well, what it does is it buys into. So bouncing, what it does is it allows me to draw potentially into a natural order faster. It gives me more live draws because the way you win, I think, is progenitus. Unfortunately, it's again found its way into our hand. Like a lot of times, I always ponder like maybe I need to play the guy reach sanitarium because this always finds its way into the hand. This is actually not bad. We died to a agent, but I think we beat everything else potentially. We just have to fade an agent here. This hand is actually good. It loses to agent, but it beats pretty much everything else. And it'll be easy to tell if they have agent or not by whether they lead 3 mana. Well, it could be a whole breacher, I guess. The black mana last round, or lack thereof, gave away it was whole breacher, which is why we, you know, did it the way we did. Or Interesting. I think that means they probably have engineer in hand and they're sandbagging it because um, it would make more sense to play a what is it called? It would make much more sense to play a whatever threat there, a flash threat. This is gonna be interesting here. I'm not gonna draw. I'm gonna see if I can sniff out the if it's an agent or if it's a hull breacher. They don't have removal, so I think this is game actually. I think it was the hull breacher based on the way this played out. Because now I have lethal, right? Like, and if they don't have removal, which I think Jason mentioned they don't, like this is just game now. And based on the, I'll call it the, Jonathan pregnant pause, but in honor of our boy Jonathan. Oh, if they do, then okay. If they do, then we would have lost to that potentially. But this is pretty. This is not supposed to win. You. So I've realized in these matches where your opponent, wants to just quad engineer, quad agent you, you just have to hope that they draw the wrong part of their deck, or the part that lines up poorly against you, and then hope that goes the distance. Because any longer game, they're gonna eventually draw both sides of the locks, right? And I think we got probably lucky, if I'm being honest. I don't think we're supposed to beat that kind of deck normally, where they're just mono hate, right? Like I always say, Elves is real resilient, but it's even that's to a certain point, right? Like I don't think I'm supposed to beat that kind of hateful deck. What would be funny is if they thought we held natural order and they actually sandbagged the agent and we stole a game because they got greedy. Uh, right. That makes sense. It doesn't do anything, so well. Believe it or not, this is the putback. Oh god. I'm never happy to see this. Yep, we're probably gonna lose right now. It could be worse, actually. But our mana is kind of bad. Uh, That's actually an insane draw right now. We just hope that they don't have removal because our hand's not beating it. And on the turn before we lose to lethal, we kill them with natural is the game plan. It's a lot of damage, though. So I think we can take. Let's see. Oh god. All right, never mind. We're not beating that. This matchup is like very difficult in my opinion. I think actually we're just dead on board. Cause that's 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, that's a lot. That's a million. I don't think we're ever beating that hand. Another thing I guess I'll mention is besides lands, if you want a good elf matchup, I think this favors them significantly because Fury is like unbeatable, and especially if they run Fiery Confluence out of the sideboard, that's almost unbeatable too. Like, if you draw it right, if you really want to beat elves, like just play 4 Furies for Fiery Confluence, and I don't think an elf player can fight with that. Usually, I guess this is like decent. I don't even know if I like Trophy at the moment. Maybe not. Like the problem with endurance is like if they start hard casting Furies, you probably lose. And maybe the route is just hope they don't have it because you're not beating it anyways. Um, I feel like well, this hits 3 ball. That's the one thing, right? Like, but maybe the game plan should be. I don't think we want Gris. Try to win as fast as possible. Because I'm not sure this is. Yeah, let's do it this way. I don't think it's a winning line to try to get to the late game with endurance. It's not fast enough. Actually, in hindsight, should have kept the Waterwood because that's an extra draw. If I draw a Cradle, though, the Heritage becomes a lot better, but I think the Waterwood would have been safer. Ugh. Okay. It's kind of moot point now because the 3 ball is hard to beat. Assassin's Trophy would be decent here. And maybe there's an argument to be made that it should come in over the Glimpse. But hard to say. Well, that's a hell of a draw. Hmm. Wrong one. Dang. That was a pretty bad once, but I guess I'm glad not to see any of those cards. There was like merit to take the holy shoot. To take the hoof, but now I'm gonna glad I did not. Hmm. The good thing is natural order top deck actually wins this game. That's actually not bad. As crazy as it sounds, we're still in this game. Like, despite getting Fury right now. Where do they pitch? Confluence. Sure. That's a dead card. I think our top decks are slightly better than theirs, but it's close. And then we have 3 that just win the game on the spot. Oh my god, that's bad though. That's like the thing I was most afraid of. I spoke too soon. Alright. 'Natural order'. The irony is not lethal. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I think we have to do it that way. Two, three, four, five. So I'll go to 4. Yikes. Um, yes, you actually. Well, yes, that's correct. I was thinking about if I draw a creature, I can block. I can double chump block, right? But I guess that's I'm off anyways. Yeah, so that's game. Well, Jason is right. The drawing creature, we're still dead here. Yep. Uh, this matchup. If anybody has ideas, that at least this is good to bring up. If anybody has any ideas, let me know what they are because I don't know how to beat this matchup. Ever since they added Fury to the deck, uh, before it was a race, and you just kind of have to hope you have the natural order hand. And sometimes you just count to 4 mana, right? Like the only thing you cared about was Fiery Confluence. But ever since Modern Horizons 2 and the addition of Fury, this matchup I've found to be very difficult because they just mold to a bomb and you can't stop it. Like they either mold to 3 ball or they mold to turn 1 Blood Moon and you probably don't have the basic. Um, Chalice is kind of shaky in this matchup for obvious reasons. And then Fury is just a bomb that we cannot really play around, to be honest. There is some world where endurance is maybe correct as a way to block Rabble Master, but I am not sure about that. I don't know how to. Yeah, this is one of the matchups where I just don't know how to approach it at the moment. Yeah, so that's something I've thought about. Just endurance, stifling their goblin attack. Maybe that's a way to win until you draw natural order, because you can't really win with glimpse, in my opinion. Radio Mars. So yeah, maybe I'll try that again and just like board out the glimpses because you're likely not going to be able to cast them. The mono red stomping matchup I think is very difficult at the moment. Torpor Orb is actually not particularly great against me. Um, for anybody who's played against elves, they can beat it like for the most part. They just get their fatty, either the Archon or the Progenitus, whatever relevant. It's like okay, but keep in mind like I've had opponents backfire on them as well because they're attacking with like a containment priest with like orb out, and then I don't like this matchup either. Um, and then what ends up happening is they attack with a containment priest, and I flash in a endurance for 0 mana. Sure. I think I'm gonna deck thin. The oof is probably highly relevant, I would imagine, in this spot because that's probably how I lose. I think. What? They have wasteland? All right, I wasn't expecting that. Not the end of the world though. At least now I know, so I'm just gonna play that. Oh, actually, shoot. I should be attacking. What am I doing? I clicked through it. And maybe they did the same. I don't know. I think it matters. I'm trying to think who's it matters more for here. If they agent me here, so be it. I think the damage matters. This is for me, at least. I don't think the damage for them is gonna matter. Yeah, maybe that's the case. It was a definitely slip up on my behalf. I clicked through it. I think I am, given that they have the combo kill for not for the matchup in general, but for this board state. I think we need the mana. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. I was thinking prior to that, but yeah. I think yeah, they are probably the beat down then because the longer the game goes, the more I think it favors us here. So yes, I would agree with Jason on that. For now, at least, yeah. Like I don't like these Dark Ritual Stompy decks. There's different shells, so who knows which one they're on, but for now at least. We need the mana, so I'm gonna loop it this way. Um, One of the mistakes a lot of newer elf players will make is by defaulting to bounce Visionary when the correct move is to not do it at all or to do it like a one drop. And I think we're probably in good shape here. I find these decks a lot of times they lose themselves. I don't think. Well, I don't think it matters. Guess last one. So our opponent just pointed out too that they missed the attack. So they're just dead on board right here. This is like randomly good, like game one, and so is the endurance, although not as much. The collector oof, like it's just a really funny card because um, you just turn off a complete decks, which is kind of nuts to think about. If I were them, I probably already would have conceded, given the board state. It's also never a good sign when your alpha opponent doesn't bounce their visionary. So it's good that you mentioned that. By the way, the beatdown, the article that I'm releasing on Thursday, the one that already came out on my Patreon, but I'm gonna make it accessible to everybody, is actually centered around who's the beatdown in a given matchup. So I'm glad Jason brought that up because highly relevant for those who want to read that article. I think here. Um, I trying to think if I think I boarded in Progenitus. Well, actually, yeah, because they might have removal. This is like insane in this matchup. So is this. Endurance not doesn't do anything. Neither is Bog. And I think I actually boarded out Glimpses. Because the way you win this matchup. Oh, thank you for the follow, Food is Green. I think the way you win this matchup is to have natural order, and you're not going to be able to what is it called? To glimpse because of three ball and whatever other shenanigans that they have. Yeah, you just want to like make sure natural order is lethal is what I'm trying to say. The card is so strong. Part of me wants to play four. But the reason why I don't is because of Delver. Delver is usually the fun place, right? Like natural order is the strongest or wins the most games in this deck. The problem is it just happens to be poor against Delver, but it's just too good not to run in general, which is why I run three. And a lot of people run three. So you don't really want to draw two. Um, but with that said, it does win the most games out of any card in the deck. The reason why I don't board in Thoughtseize, especially since on the draw, is because a lot of times they go turn one like hate piece, and then it's just dead the rest of the game, right? Like I personally don't like Thoughtseize against anything with Ancient Tomb. Aside from like Show and Tell, I guess, but that's like a whole different kind of deck. And I kind of glance over it too, like why in this article I don't board in tempo negative cards against the Stompy decks, for instance. I think we fetch first here. Oh my god, they have it. Well, nothing you can do, right? Jesus. I'm almost certain that was the correct play, and you live with them having it. The other line, obviously, is you once upon a time, but all right, we have to do it now. Yikes. I think the Visionary, I guess. I think they're on Lone Pox, is what it looks like. No, they did not. Well, actually, maybe they did. I don't know. I take that back. This bayou is ours. There's a world where we take the second cradle, but if they wasteland us with like that's kind of a disaster which has happened. But I think it's correct. to do that, and if they have it, they have it. Karn. Yep. It's kind of far, I think, right? Like we can't fetch, and unfortunately, one of the downsides of me building the mana base the way I did is we are susceptible to opposition agent and bloodsun effects. No, we can't even cast it. I think we're probably just dead. Like we can't do anything at the moment. This is like the equivalent of the Moonstomp turn one Blood Moon, right? It's like structurally built kind of the same way. So my game plan typically against these decks in bigger events is hope to dodge and hope they just lose early. In the showcase, not showcase, sorry. In the challenge I played last week in preparation for Eternal Weekend, I did face against this deck, or not exactly, but the curse deck round one, and somehow won games two and three, which I think is very difficult. This kind of deck. I think I mentioned before. You can beat Plague Engineer, but it's hard to beat Plague Engineer turn one. I think we're just dead now, right? Wait, what? Two, three, four, five. Are they just missing? All right, now we're dead. Khan really is a jerk. The the passive ability is just kind of nuts too, right? You just randomly hose decks. Let me think. I think we run it back. There's some merit for Thoughtseize. I personally, yeah, don't really like it. I know York is like more open to trying Thoughtseize on the play. Ooh. Um, it doesn't have a fast kill and it doesn't answer their hate, so probably not. This is kind of insane, but only one land hand. I think I take the chance. It doesn't answer their hate bears, but it does have force of vigor, which is like good against a lot of stuff. Interesting that they kept that. I didn't know this deck played Thoughtseize. I guess they're not a Chalice deck then. This feels real bad though now. But they're thinking about it, which means maybe it just happens to be good against their hand. Yikes. Now kind of wishing I kept the other hand. Problem with the other hand is I just don't think, unless I top deck really well, it's probably not getting there. I'd want to watch the replay again to see how much I like the other hand. Our opponent is thinking about something, but maybe they're thinking about whether they want to cast an engineer or Karn. Sure, I guess. Interesting card. Yeah, I mean, maybe they thought they were gonna die or something, but they knew my hand from the Thoughtseize, so I don't understand that. My guess is they tunnel vision into another line, Dark Ritual, and then realize, oh, that's answered by Force of Vigor. Is my guess. What happened? And then the only way they could pseudo salvage it was just play the. That card is interesting. I don't think I can win without forcing this. They're stuck on lands too, so they have the same problem we do. So they know about our Force of Vigor, but ran out the Saga. I'd be curious what they get off the Karn here because they tick down, so it's gonna die. There's well, I probably am priced into forcing the Saga here. I don't think the heritage is gonna matter. If they blow up the blast zone, that's probably okay with us. But I don't think they can. We can afford for them to actually develop a board based on the way the game is unfolding. Um, and I don't really value the heritage there, so we might as well use the Force of Vigor as a stone rain. So we can take them to 9 here. Ideally, we draw a natural or just end the game on the spot. That's actually very good too. Um, it's between Visionary and Gris. I think I boarded out the Gris. No, it's still in. One, two, three, and then we tick up immediately. Actually, Visionary with two draws is pretty live here. The thing is, Gris is very difficult for them to beat. What does it say? Or Planeswalker. So they could have more of that. I think given that we have Wirewood here, we just get the Visionary. It makes it so that we have a couple of looks at for natural order to end the game. That's actually a pretty good draw too, if we can draw land. In case everybody's curious, if they blow the blast zone, I'm saving the reclaimer. I need the board. And if they do that, that's actually good for us. They tap out and we have another free swing at them, right? So now we're attacking them on two axes, which makes it hard, right? We have the card advantage, which prompts them to blow the blast zone. But if they do that, they're not getting full value, and then we're gonna still continue to bash. They almost have to blast zone here, yeah. And I'm gonna save the reclaimer because the board really matters here. Ooh, what a draw. Uh, so if I get Heritage here, that gives me more mana for a turn. Um, I go down to two, untap. Yeah, probably worth it. Ooh, last one. The Heritage Druid is a hedge against top deck Wasteland too, which would set us back pretty significantly. Sure. Main phase is kind of interesting. It almost screams like a panic move. So this forces the attack here. Sorry, forces the chump block here. I think we probably won. Yeah. Yeah, I pretty good win, I guess, for us. I think we played it At least that game three pretty well. Game one, Jason brought up, I think, no, it was against the Moon Stompy player where we should have sacked the Shepherd because we need the Arbor for the natural or the top deck. So that was the other game. But I think we played this one pretty well here. Take a quick restroom break and then hopefully we'll end strong on match five. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I am back. Let's try to finish strong. Um, so far in the night, we went 2-3 in the first league. We lost to two lands players and an elf player, elf mirror. And then in this league so far, we're 2-2. And to be fair, the two wins we've had actually have been very satisfying through a decent amount of hate. The losses were to Casey on like a Landish deck, the Loam deck, and then to Mono Red, which I don't have an answer for at the moment, and just hoping to dodge or hoping they draw well. I mean, draw poorly. Sam Wise 88. Is this a Jarv alt account? I don't think so. It's late over there in Baltimore. I think overall, actually, despite the results, I'm kind of happy from a testing perspective because um, something apparent about Force of Vigor is it's an anti, BS card essentially. Like I think it was pretty instrumental in us winning the last round uh, to stop the saga. Like namely, we didn't care about the Heritage Druid at that point, and the Stone Rain effect slash take out their value card probably won us the game. I think the land for sure here. It's almost correct, always right to take the cradle. I think one thing also I realized from the testing is because we lost the lands twice. I think I kind of want to keep that third Force of Vigor. It's your anti BS card, right? Like, so, I guess so is Endurance. And then we probably live with the Caracas as the silver bullet against green white depths. That matchup is not as good as I would like it to be, but I think unlike the lands matchup, it probably doesn't require too much to flip if we really wanted to. Because it's already winnable as is. I would say probably not favored based on at least recent results. Also because I think Elves has a bigger target on its back at the moment due to how well it did in the Eternal Weekend. Because the third Eternal Weekend event, the numbers for Elves were really poor. And I think it's because of the increased hate. And a newer Elf player, I think, will probably struggle with trying to navigate through the increased hate. From what I understand, too, let me see, one, two. I think here we just Visionary. I don't know what they're on. And they haven't done anything, which scares me and makes me think they're on combo. I mean, it's possible that they held up removal and they're like rug or something, but something tells me more likely combo. Yep. So they're on tests. We screwed up. If we knew what they were on, we get the collector oof there. Yep. This matchup, I would say, is a little bit harder than the Doomsday matchup because they're not vulnerable to endurance and or graveyard hate. Really, like I mean, they're sort of vulnerable. Like Leyline's only medium against them, and we're not even running it right now. This is a prime Stone Rain deck though. Their ad nauseum was not particularly good, luckily. Actually, they have what they need already to win. Because they have two Wish Claw, the other one can get LED. And then they can Burning Wish for lethal. Oh, actually, never. I take that back. They already have the tendrils there. So, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, did not know where they were on. Otherwise, we can steal game one here. Let's try for game two. So we're boarding in 10 cards, which means Glimpse is probably going to be pretty weak regardless. So I think here, what I like to do is actually just go down on, bring up my sideboard guide. So against Tess, yeah, I typically will board out the Glimpse package. Because it's kind of slow. You want to commit to a natural order kill. None of the other cards are like relevant. It was not too long ago that I would think it's crazy to board out Glimpse, but now I've been doing it pretty often. I'm gonna force the brainstorm out here. Hopefully we can end strong. I think ideally, like we need a land next turn. Interesting keep here. I think we gotta take the Wish Claw, right? And then that. Ideally, we draw a land so we can go Visionary into Seas. But if not, we have to go Heritage into Seas. Ooh, this is actually pretty nice. We can actually do everything we want here. Take the Burning Wish. I don't think we care about the decay. If they decay our Mana Dork, I think we're winning this game. Like, they have no pressure right now. I think they might just preemptively do it though, because they're scared we're gonna natural order. And I don't blame them. We took the Wish because it's real bad if our opponent top decks LED, because then they can just wish for Echo and then LED, and then suddenly they have a clean hand. Oh, interesting. We play some strange decks as well today, to be fair. It's like half and half, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. if we visionary here, there's a chance we draw the Archon and lose because of that. I don't believe Tess runs outs to Archon at the moment, so I'm just gonna name sorcery. And dare them to essentially have the bounce spell. From what I understand, yeah, see, they don't have it. I think they think the matchup is so much in their favor, and especially the way that some of the hate from the blue decks are being played at the moment. I think prismatic ending answers most things, but it doesn't answer the Archon. And if we can win this matchup, I would still consider today a pretty successful day because I'd be curious actually how this matchup felt now. I don't think it's reasonable to mull to seize. And we do have a Stone Rain in our hand, or potentially to hit the Witch Claw. So I'm gonna keep. I think mulling to discard is not a winning line. Visionary. I think given what we drew here, probably has ramp. That's bad for us. It means they're gonna go for a turn 2 kill. But like I said, I don't think Mold to Thoughtseize is like what we should be doing. It's too bad that Endurance doesn't help with this matchup the way it does against Doomsday, but Trophy is not nothing, I guess. Yikes, that's not good. And we hope they overboard and kept the removal hand against us. We're probably just dead. It's entirely possible we have to find the Thoughtseize, but I'm not sure I am in favor of that. It doesn't, the odds are not in our favor for that. So, but maybe it's correct to do so because we don't have any other interaction. They don't have the kill yet, which is nice. They're short of mana. All right, cool. They killed themselves. We'll take it. It's been a long night, so we'll take the break. Typically not supposed to have anything for test two. We finished this league at 3-2. Debatable whether we should move to Thoughtseize or not. I think it's kind of sketch, like the hand I kept. Yeah, I did start earlier today because I didn't have as much family stuff to take care of. Uh, in hindsight, maybe I played that a little bit differently and actually molded Thoughtseize, but the Magic Gods gave us one. Here's the deck I played today. Mostly the same. I put back in the third Force of Vigor, but I swapped the Wasteland for the Caracas. Uh, for the second league. The first league I played without the third Force of Vigor, and that actually mattered because we lost two lands twice. Going forward, though, um, we lost to Moonstomp, and I'm not sure how to approach this matchup at the moment. Maybe we do play Endurance and with board out the Glimpses. Like, that's not unreasonable. Against Casey, I forget how it played out. Oh, we got Valakutted out on game three, and then game one. I think a lot of decks are playing Blast Zone now, so gotta be careful of that. Anybody have questions about you know card choices or like what anything about the stream or whatnot? So there's a lot of people streaming right now on Draft, or do you want to watch Modern? What else is around? There's a stream constructed. Power Dragon. Yeah, I guess what I'll do is I'll just go to Connor Man 11. All right, thanks everybody for coming by today.